We're back. Welcome in, Seek. Clem. It's Majora's Mask. Once again. For the third time. I feel like I'd always intended, like, if I was going to do Majora's Mask again, like, I was going to do Majora's Mask 3D. And I'd do Majora's Mask 3D with the Majora's Mask 3D restoration projects that remove some of the changes that Majora's Mask 3D made that were fucking stupid and made the game worse. But we're doing 2 Ship 2 Harkinian instead because Majora's Mask is a perfect game. And it didn't need any changes. Sure is. Nostalgia, ease of access. Intimidation, I guess, in being intimidated by the idea of trying to set up a recomp. Anyway, as we did last time, let's look at the changes that we have for this playthrough. I have free look once again, which, funnily enough, is actually a thing in Majora's Mask 3D if you use the new 3DS. It's mapped to the C-stick of the new 3DS, which is like a laptop nub, which is fucking garbage to actually use. Like, imagine playing something like, I don't know, Call of Duty on one of those old laptop nubs, and you'll get an idea of how it actually is in gameplay. Let's see. Deku Flowers launches faster. I can put away my sword as Fierce Dating Link. Once again, climbing faster and pushing and pulling faster. D-pad items. Fast magic arrow equip, which we had last time. Being able to instantly recall the boomerangs that Zora Link throws, which we had last time for the regular boomerang. Being able to switch between the arrow types, which I would have liked to have last time. This is a feature backported from Wind Waker. Wind Waker had that. Remote bomb chew control. I feel like it's a good idea. And it will make the only time in the game where you are required to use bomb chews a lot better. Hyrule Warriors styled Link. When acquired, places the Keaton and Fierce Data masks on Link, similarly to how he wears in Hyrule Warriors. Not seen that. Kind of curious about it, because I do like it as a design for young Link in Hyrule Warriors. I am genuinely tempted at some point to do a playthrough of Hyrule Warriors, because it's a fun game. I've not done a Musou game on stream before, and I do like a lot of the design choices they made for the characters. Third save slot and autosaves enabled. We still keep all of this standard. Yeah, you know, I could see that, Zeke. Having not played through Star Fox 64 myself fully. The new Star Fox being another remake of Star Fox 64, I think, holds less general appeal anyway. But even then, Star Fox 64 isn't a long game. The replayability is in the multiple pathways you can have, but unless they expand those pathways, like better graphics, I feel like we're all in a position where better graphics are not a selling point for a game. So here we have the whole thing of resetting time works as the original. 4 or 5 hours a game once you get through all the paths. That's, thinking about that, for a Nintendo 64 game, not all that surprising. For a modern game, multiple pathways adding up to 5 hours total is not really that good. Okay, so there's a few things here that I think, a couple of new planets and routes, we can tell it's one-to-one. Yeah, I don't see the value of that. So there's a few things here. We can talk more about other stuff once we get into this, because this game has a kind of extended intro anyway. There's a few things here that are evolutions of Ocarina of Time, because Majora's Mask is an improvement in both visual quality and technical quality. Thanks to the expansion pack, it was able to do more. The expansion pack for the Nintendo 64, which doubled the amount of RAM available to the Nintendo 64 from 4 megabytes to a whopping 8 megabytes. And that allows Link to do flips, yes. But motion blur, we're going to keep that as standard. Change motion blur capture to also happen on interpolated frames instead of only on gameplay frames. Reduces overall motion blur strength, but smooths out the trails. Good. I'm going to keep the original Majora's Mask clock, because I do like the original Majora's Mask clock. Is it nostalgia? Yes. Yes, it is. 3D item drops, which we had in the last playthrough. I don't know if anybody noticed it, but items that drop, like hearts, rupees, Deku Seeds, Deku Nuts, they were not the 2D images that normally happen. They were the 3D models. That will be happening again. Hide the game version and build details, display the artwork. Fix scene geometry scenes, yes. Disable the scene geometry distance check. Allowed to be drawn no matter how far away it is for the player. May have unintended side effects, but should look quite nice. Widescreen actor culling, which we had last time. Actor distance. Not that. Yeah. Fast mask transformations. Use the first data mask anywhere, which we won't do much because we'll get that right at the end of the game. No blast mask cooldown. No requirement for magic when rolling as Goron Link. Going into spike mode as Goron Link happens faster. Song of Double Time, you can choose where to go to in time like you could in Majora's Mask 3D, which is one of the only improvements they've made. D-pad Ocarina, which I had for Ocarina of Time, still requires 7 eggs for the New Wave Bossa Nova. Faster song playback, and skip the Song of Time cutscene. Turn all of this off. There we go. Don't want to hide the title cards or any of that. Turn that off. Fast bank selection, fast text, which is nice. Automatically fill in the bomber's code once you get the notebook. Good. Hold Z to speed up the boat ride through the swamp. Instead of having to get a perfect score at the shooting gallery, when getting a perfect score at the shooting gallery, you get both rewards at the same time instead of having to play it twice. You only have to feed one fish to the fish in the lab to get the piece of heart. Because in the regular game, you can end up having to feed them like 5 or 6, depending on which fish decides to eat them. Fast down-pay flame digging means you only need him to dig up one flame to spawn the big Poe. That is a benefit. Fast chests. Faster scene transitions. We're going to still require the powder keg test. I'm going to turn that one off, because I do kind of like the setup for it. Fixes. Fix the console crash. Fix ammo color. Fix opponent stealing your sword. What? Okay, I think these are just bugs for the recomp. No, I don't think we'll have that. What do we got? Side rolling, faster swimming. There we go. Restores the appearance of Woodfall Mountain to not look poisoned when viewed from Termina Field after clearing Woodfall Temple, which is nice. And I believe everything else is standard. That's everything. So now we can finally start the game. And as before, I have very briefly looked at this. Very briefly. But not really played any of it. It is worth noting that there are a couple of things in this that are worse than Ship of Arcanian. For one, they've not added D-pad movement on the menu, which is a shame. That's going to turn out to be a problem I've got with the, I've probably not, like, set the controls up right. So, there is a story in the land of Hyrule of a boy who became a man and then stabbed a pig monster right in its fucking face. This is the tale of what that boy did after that. It was kind of fucked up. A friend with whom I parted ways. My beloved fairy Climmy. Yes, but not the first one without Zelda, and it does actually feature more Zelda than the previous Zelda game that didn't have Zelda. Because Zelda does make a cameo. But Zelda, I believe, did not appear in Link's Awakening at all. Clem, I'm not a photo editor. Like, the best you'd get out of that from me would be like just a poorly done cutout of your face over the moon. When what you would really want is like your skin tone recolored to match the skin, the color of the moon. Besides, let's be fair, I think you're more of a Tattle than a Navi. You son of a bitch! It's like, visually and technically, Majora's Mask is a real step up from Ocarina of Time. I remember last time, Teak said that he thinks Ship of Arcanium should only be played in 4x3 because of the pre-rendered background areas. Which, interestingly enough, I think only ended up being a thing in one area, the Temple of Time. Because I think every other area that had pre-rendered backgrounds was, a panorama. So the widescreen didn't matter for it. But there are none of those areas in this game. The entire game is 3D, baby. And I believe Link has more polygons. You think every time one of the mods comes in, I should stop looking insulted? Welcome in, Chance. Yeah, like, I believe Link has a higher poly model in this now, as well. There's more visually going on. Like, the motion blur is a new thing for Majora's Mask. They were also able to use the higher RAM ability, the higher RAM capacity of the expansion pack to give Ruto a dress. I fucking love this theme. Like, I think the big thing this game has that was weird to me as a kid that I've really grown to appreciate as I've grown older is just the darkness of the tone in almost every aspect. And like the way so much of it feels ominous. So I think this is probably the closest you would get to a Zelda horror game. And, like, I don't say that as, like, I wish we could have a real Zelda horror game. I do kind of like the idea of horror in non-horror settings. I think we were talking about this somewhat when we did Turbo Overkill. And, like, so much of Turbo Overkill was horrific. But it wasn't a horror. You see what I mean, Clem? I think you're more of a Tattle than a Navi. Yeah, I've heard that, and how Aonuma looks back on it, on like the game, its development time, and the release product, like less fondly because of the stress. Well, just keep watching, Clem. You'll see why. You know what I mean? It's her own fault that she got separated, but she's blaming me. She's blaming me for her attacking me. You know, I think I want to slow down the text speed. Because I think it is actually messing with some of the timing. The last time I streamed this, actually, I think you were there, Chance, during that stream. Was on original hardware. And it was really fun. Like, you can still see that footage in the channel trailer I have. And, like, it's really fun to play this on original hardware. But playing this now like this, like, look at this. Real camera control. You only blame... That's not true. You blame me when it's your fault as well. Yeah, tattle and tail. And then Phantom Hourglass has CL, I think. Yeah, thinking about this, I think Majora's Mask has faster text speed than Ocarina of Time. This should be fine. My Majora's Mask is also gold. But I know that Europe has the nicer artwork on the cartridge than America does. I think America just has like the blur. Yeah, that's what I look like when dealing with Clem. Bump. Listen, is it rude or is it true? Because it can't be both. I feel like if you look back on some of our more recent collabs where we've both had the camera on, I think there are times when you're talking and I do look to the camera like... So... Yeah, probably. And yet you're still here. And you've been here for... almost 7 years. Never came back to Nibelheim. Because Nibelheim sucks. The section of this game I had trouble on when I was younger was the fight with the Akana King. King Ignos Duakana. When he shoots his head out at you. I could never figure out how to deal with it. Like the music in this game, though. Like, I say Wind Waker probably has the best soundtrack of the series, but this is probably my favourite soundtrack. Like, so much of it is either haunting or ominous. So much of it is the Song of Healing. I think Wind Waker probably has, like, the best Zelda sound font. Like, its musical instruments are just so good. I still haven't played all the way through Skyward Sword. We may end up doing it for the Legend of Sundays. I'm a very busy fellow. I have to leave this place in 3 days, then you do it. So you're young and you have tremendous courage, and your wood penis is hanging out. Pull your pants up. Welcome to Clocktown. Yeah, I did hear that. It was originally intended to be 7 days. And cutting it down from the original intention of 7 days to 3 is a big part of why everybody gets to have as much personality as they do. That dog is a dick. Hello. Hear my plea. The Moscow kid has broken me apart and scattered my pieces. Please find a way to return me to the fairy fountain in North Clocktown. Oh, fucking ignore me, Cafe. You, give me a map. Listen, dude, that fairy is clearly yellow. Yeah, I think Tingle doesn't stand out a huge amount in this game. Where it's like, oh, he's weird, but everybody's weird. I think it's when he returns in Wind Waker that everybody really turns against Tingle. Because 1, he's a murderer. 2, he's clearly enslaving people. And 3, he charges obscene amounts of money for that awful Triforce hunt. Which part did they take out in the HD version? Because I'm pretty sure he still murdered people. We look forward to your return, Clem. I'm pretty sure he still murdered people. He's still enslaving at least one person on the island. And he does still charge you money. No, I think it's the same price. You just don't have to do as many Triforce charts. I think in the original it's 8 Triforce charts, but in Wind Waker HD, I think a bunch of the locations just led directly to Triforce shards instead of charts. I don't want to do Wind Waker again. Like, I really don't. I've been granted magical power. A man who lives in the observatory outside of town may know where the Skullkin's whereabouts, but be careful. You must not underestimate the child's powers, can young one? Given how they looked in Breath of the Wild, like, in Breath of the Wild they were still clearly aiming to be sexy. Like, I think maybe somewhat like they did in Hyrule Warriors. Because the Hyrule Warriors Great Fairy design was still basically the Ocarina Majora Great Fairy design. One thing I do dislike about Majora's Mask 3D is it changes the location of at least one of these turds. Yeah, I'm probably... Like, I was saying it earlier before you came in, Chance, but I may do Hyrule Warriors for the Legend of Sundays. Because I do like a lot of the character designs for it, and I've not streamed a Musou game before. And, like, the campaign isn't that long. It's the adventure mode that's long. Really fucking long. Yeah, but I do like a lot of the designs before. I know I've spoken to you at some point about how, like, I think Nintendo should accessorize Link a bit more in future incarnations. I picked up the Switch version, fairly cheap. I bought it on eBay, cartridge only. And I think it was less than £20. And it's good, it was fun. It's a good game to put on with put a podcast on. $80 used, goddamn. Oh, are we gonna get the legendary 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? One, 4, 5, 3, 2. So I mention this every time the bombers come up on this stream, but I think it's been a long time since they came up. But my very first playthrough of this, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, gents. I feel like the FOV on these indoor sections is pulled in way too close. Because, like, it's obviously meant for a 4:3 aspect ratio in that regard, but in this, it's way too close. I would have probably been younger than 10. This came out in 2000, I was 8 at the time, I believe. So yeah, my first playthrough with this would have been younger than 10. It's fucking rude. There he is, that shit. Well, looking at the fact that he seems to be able to fly, he probably flew. You know what? I'm also not digging these fast transitions. There we go. So let's turn that off. It just feels more natural. Well, speaking of suns, compare it to the design of the sun switches in Ocarina of Time, and it's along the same lines. Alright, so we've basically done all the required stuff now for the first cycle, but there's a few other things we can do that can be of some value right now as we pass the time. One thing I do really like with Majora's Mask is how the clocks are actually designed to properly tell the time. So they changed this from Ocarina of Time, the way you present stuff to people, and it took me a while to figure out my first time playing it. And the point where it came up the most is exactly where it would be funniest. When you find one of the witch sisters in the forest, and she's injured, and she's like, "Give me red potion." And I'm trying to give her red potion like you would give items in Ocarina of Time. And because it works differently in this, I'm just drinking the red potion in front of her over and over again. In all fairness, though, the way the item presenting works in this is better. Because there's no chance of screwing up. Like, once you know how it works, you won't accidentally screw up. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so, like, we get a look at the clock. And, like, the outside is actually... Like, get a look like this. The outside is actually the minutes. And the red is the hour. And every time it hits the hour, the inside turns. And the inside is the hour. And so it's a 12-hour clock, and at 6 PM, the sun changes to a moon. And it's a simple design that does actually properly tell the time, and I think it's a really cool detail. Let me see, I want some cash. Do I? Why do I feel like this is going to cost me 50 rupees? Oh, we got 50 then. Excellent. Should I make a real version of the clock? What are we doable. I think the trickiest thing would be, like, making it turn on the minute intervals. Probably build it on top of, like, a pre-existing clock. But you probably need a stronger battery to power a stronger motor. Especially if you're going to make it out of wood. So this is the Deku Playground. Alright, so I gotta do this in 1:15. It's probably simpler than really thinking. I say, use a pre-existing clock as a base. You'll probably be right. We talked about the mirror shield last week when I got the mirror shield in Ocarina. And we talked about, like, favourite mirror shield designs. Am I gonna make this? Yes. Good. And how I prefer, like, the original Ocarina design to the revised Ocarina of Time, because I think the moon and star symbol looks better than the revised Gerudo symbol, specifically on the mirror shield. But like the mirror shield and Ocarina of Time having the red and silver trim, I always thought was a really cool design. Like red and I think red and silver, red and white are underrated as a color combination. Yeah, I get that, and like I'm not against the redesigned Gerudo symbol. I just think design-wise, on the mirror shield, the original Gerudo symbol looks better. It's like, if you remember all the way back when I did Code Vein, my character design in Code Vein was primarily red and white. I think it was white primarily, with red as a secondary color. Code Vein was a good game. I feel like time's flying by a lot faster than normal. Like, look at her speeding along. Yep. And you cannot stop him as the Deku Scrub. There is nothing you can do. And the guard stands there and watches. Well, when you come back from the walk, Chance, maybe we'll still be here. I know your walk's gonna be like 4 hours. So if we see you again, we'll see you again. And if not, have yourself a good night. Take care, Chance. You can very easily have more than 200 before the end of this first cycle, I'm pretty sure. You can't get up there yet. It's odd that the clock starts chiming for 6 AM before the clock hits 6. Because real clocks do it afterwards. They're like, it'll hit the hour and it'll go bong, 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 bong. With no added time. But it does work really nicely in this, I think. As an, again, ominous countdown. Right, so the Deku Playground, Day 2. Which, I think this is probably the hardest of them. There's a different one each day. And if you get the record on all 3 days, you get a piece of heart. Fuck. Knew it as soon as I pressed it, I'd fucked up. And give me the option of competing again, dickweed. Okay, just work your way from the inside, the outside to the inside to the outside. And the trick with the Deku Flower is, it won't run out if you're not moving. You'll just slowly descend. Adaba. More money for my wallet. I don't need to deposit this, because we won't get any more money next time. We'll get the piece of heart. I do love how the clock tower theme changes each day. Like, ever so slightly. Can I get up there? I can't. Oh well. Okay, so those are 2D sprites, not 3D balls, but I respect that they actually have them catch them. Pretty cool. We got a bit of time to kill. I think one reason why Majora's Mask ends up turning people off quite a bit is this slow opening where first-time players don't know how to speed it up, and there's not anything to do. Like, this first cycle, I think, runs faster than the standard cycle. Oh. 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 Yay! Yeah, I think the first cycle runs faster. That was a waste of money. I was going to get a piece of heart or something. No, absolutely not. Giving out garbage prizes like that? Yeah, so this first cycle I think does go faster. But, like, even with that, like, the investigation of figuring out this is something we can do, going here, getting the moons here, giving it to the Deku on the flower. Like, at best, that's probably going to take you to maybe the second half of the second day, and then you've still got like a day and a half with nothing to do, because by that point you probably have explored most of the town. It's easier on replays when you know that you can, like, go to the Scarecrow and talk to the Scarecrow and get the Scarecrow speed up time. Which is also how you learn of the Song of Inverted Time and the Song of Double Time. This is a game where they do want you to speak to everybody, as was probably kind of customary for older games like this. It's easy to forget about that. But there is definitely valuable information for them to impart. However, if you come over here and speak to Anju's grandmother, you can advance time to the next morning, so it doesn't require 2 transitions, just 1. Wow, bitch. I don't think this is a character model that appeared in Ocarina of Time. We're totally booked with reservations. We have 2 rooms. Fun fact, the moon is always moving closer. It's kind of imperceptible, but like if you just stood and like looked at the moon for an extended period of time, then like maybe watched that on a faster speed, you would see the moon is constantly moving closer. So we want to be outside at that point because the Stockpot Inn locks its doors at 8 o'clock. Is it 8? 8:30. And you get kicked out and the door gets locked. You can still get in through here. Doesn't matter, we can talk to her and she won't do anything. Hey, you just kicked me out. Doesn't matter, she won't do anything. But I thought I'd save us getting kicked out and it wouldn't be a big deal, but no, mistimed it. But there is something we can do here. This is, like, a lot of what the original release of Majora's Mask is waiting. Welcome back, Clem.
Yay!
Yay! In the first cycle, there's nothing else. There's nothing you can do with the deed anyway, so you may as well come and give it to this guy. You get a piece of heart for it. Hello, Anju's grandmother. Goodbye, Anju's grandmother. There's a cow. Can I backflip as a scrub? Yes. What na 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 what na 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 what na 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 what na 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 na. What's that guy doing out so late? Oh, the curiosity shop's open, which is where Sakon obviously just came from. I believe he's just sold the bomb bag that he stole to the curiosity shop owner. Which, like, they call it a curiosity shop. It's a pawn shop. It's a pawnbroker. And the guy who runs it is the guy who usually runs this. And when he's absent from here, he's usually doing something to do with the curiosity shop. No. No, you already told me. Bye. Yeah, in fact, I think we turn around and it's the regular guy again. No, it's not? No. Never mind. So day 3 in Clocktown has the droning. Like the ominous drone in the background. Alright, how long? 1:16. Ba 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 ba. What a shot! So while you were gone, Clem, I was educating people on Majora's Mask. And Chance left. Go down, 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 ba-ba-da-mow. Like, Majora's Mask was my favourite Zelda for a long time. And I think, like... I think Ocarina of Time has become my favourite overall now. Not because I appreciate Majora's Mask less. I think I just appreciate Ocarina more than I used to. Like, I love so much of what Majora's Mask does. Interesting. Are you sharing this art? Is this art on my Discord? Is this the message that you sent me about art? Excellent. It's horrifying. I will immediately use this. Thank you. There we go.
Oh my god, Hamlet! I just saw a fucking vampire!
Wonderful. It's Chrono, hide. Alright. But that does, I think, free us up. I think that is actually everything we can do on this first cycle. Well, nothing to do now but engage in a little more waiting. Like I say, Majora's Mask, one of the primary activities of Majora's Mask is waiting. And there are methods to reduce the waiting. Like I say, people on their first playthrough aren't going to know in the first cycle that you can skip so much of the waiting in the first cycle by talking to the scarecrows. No, go this way, it'll be faster. You know what? I forget what's even in that chest, and I don't need this money anyway. If it was more money, it'll put me over the cap. So let's deposit this money. I appreciate that this recomp has the option of having a button that will just say, deposit all my rupees. Because I forget what's in this chest. I don't think it's a piece of heart. Nope. And that 50 rupees, if I still had the previous amount of rupees I had, would have taken me over the limit. Ah, I knew I couldn't do that. Let's ditch this. There's another cow. Ah, damn it. So if I get another 19 rupees, I'll get the adult wallet. And, like, I got nothing else to do for the next 4 hours anyway. It's a little annoying because I know where 200 rupees are, and I can't get them this cycle. Yeah, they require me basically being human. One of them I need access to bombs, which I won't get until I'm human. And the other, I need to be able to jump further than I can as a Deku Scrub. Yeah. I think this is going to be my traditional playthrough of Majora's Mask, for the most part. I do intend to get all the masks. I didn't do that last time, because last time we streamed Majora's Mask, I was like, we're going to do this in 3 days. I was like, 3 sessions, Majora's Mask. And I could have gotten all the masks, it turned out. I really could have. In that time frame. It's what I did last time I streamed this. I was playing it on original hardware. I think both times I've streamed this before, because I'm pretty sure this is my third time streaming Majora's Mask. I think both times I've streamed this before, I was playing on original hardware. Like, I know my original Ocarina of Time stream, the very first time I streamed that, I was playing on the Wii U Virtual Console. And then the second time I streamed it, I was doing on original hardware. That might have been the single session stream, when I did Ocarina in one sitting. Yeah, I know. Skull Kid, you cheeky dick waffle. You know, did it ever occur to either of you fairies that maybe him being able to fly like that is because of the mask? He's like, hey, do you wanna give up the mask that's clearly giving you some kind of power? Just look up. It's like, I don't need to look up, I can see it out of the corner of my eye. Skull Kid, you disgust me. Yeah, bitch. My Ocarina of Time. Yeah, I have to leave Hyrule before you get me caught up in more bullshit. You know, looking at this like this, it's kind of crazy looking at the difference between the Link model and the Zelda model, because the Zelda model looks like it's clearly just taken from Ocarina. Whereas the Link model is new and has higher, like, it's a higher poly count. Man, she was praying that my journey would be a safe one, and that's probably why we got attacked by Skull Kid. Speedrun the Song of Time. I remembered the Song of Time. I remembered all the horrible things that happened to me because of Zelda. Hmm. You stinky bitch. I pulled it out of my ass. Later, fuckface. That's right. Why am I still decooling? That's not supposed to be like that. Going too fast. The real villain. The masked salesman. It's like, you know what, man? In this land where masks hold power, give me your Mario mask. What do you mean doesn't return us? Return us to before this? It's explicitly a 3-day loop. Oh god, it's free! Like, Pride's becoming Deku Man. Well, that happens before we enter Termina. And I think it is very specifically supposed to be like the beginning of this 3-day period that you get to go back to. The real question is, where did this come from? Because he pulled, like, this organ appears. I think just for this song, and then disappears. Well, a lot of this game is implication rather than explanation. See, that's the thing. You would think that you might have missed it. But we'll double check. And it's not there. I'm me again. It is so wonderful having knees again. I think what's worse with this is, like, I said if you got your, like, what was stolen from you back, I would be able to help you return to your true form. In exchange, bring me my mask. As far as this guy's aware, I basically walked out of the building and came back in. The cursed item of legend, said to have been used in hexing tribe. Said that an evil and wicked power is bestowed upon who wears the mask. Why did you have it? Yep, they sealed the mask in shadow forever. And then I found it. And decided I would... what, sell it? Like, he's the half mask salesman. Is he also a mask collector? Yeah, so this is the wall where the organ appears, and it's just not here. It's not there. As you can tell, the wall behind it has this design. It's not here. And it's not down here either. Although, fun fact, I think part of the whole reason why we don't get to go back before this time doesn't flow in the clock tower or anywhere beyond that door. This and the final dungeon are the only places in the game where time does not flow. Because the clock's back. Alright, but with the first cycle complete, we have an ad to run. So we're going to run this ad. And then... I don't think I have that set right. Do I? And then we will do some Clocktown stuff. Get all the stuff that's available to me in a cycle before we start exploring outside the world.
Now you fucked up!
That's right. We'll be right back. And we're back. Notice there's a seam where the M is. Anyway, stuff to do. First things first, before I forget the bomber's code. Let's do that. There we go. Wa-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. And now we just turn right back around. So this is basically the side quest tracker. Only 20 people fit in your book, there are 20 side quests. Ish. There's more than that, I guess, but like... I guess this is around town, isn't it? Alright, let's go do some stuff. I'm undecided on if I'm gonna go for every piece of heart in this game. It's not a usual thing I go for in any Zelda game. Mostly because of how unnecessary it ends up being and sometimes kind of tedious. And there's definitely elements of tedium to it in this game. Like this minigame shop, where I think, again, you have to win the game on all 3 days to get the piece of heart. Alright, so that opens at 10. I want that. Do I need money for anything? I guess we can do this. I think this is a piece of heart. It says highly difficult techniques. What it means is you have to break all of these blocks using the jump attack. Which... it's a little frustrating, especially because you are on a timer before they go down. Anything other than the jump slash doesn't get you the 3 points. There we go. Six of Heart. Might as well do this now. There we go. At the start of the cycle, you have to talk to one of the guards to allow them to let you through the gate when you're regular Link. They won't let Deku Link through, they'll let Zora Link and Goron Link through, because they perceive them both as adults. They won't let Deku Link through because they perceive him as a child. They will block young, like regular Link, because they perceive him as a child, but when they see he has a sword, they'll let him through. It is 10 AM, we can go to the mayor's house. So if you've seen the previous two streams of this I've done, which were both years ago, at this point, you'll know my general way of playing this is I do the majority of the cafe quest. The cafe or cafe? I usually say cafe, I think. I do the majority of that on the first cycle. Because you can do everything except going into Sakon's hideout in the first cycle. So you can do almost all of it, and given that you have to do the quest twice to get all the rewards anyway, like, you can do all of this now and then do it again later when you have access to Sakon's hideout area. So there's a few details you can find here that are kind of interesting, I think. Like, you can go through this door, which isn't required for anything. Like, there's nothing in here of value. It's the mayor's bedroom and his wife, and then past this curtain is cafe's room, and you can read his diary. And it's never required to go in here, not even for a side quest. This is just a lore room, which is kind of neat. There's another cow. Like, if you are genuinely somebody who enjoys exploring lore and character dynamics, I think it is definitely worth playing through this game yourself, because there's a lot that I will not be showing that adds so much depth and detail to the characters of the world. Like, Gorman is talking to the mayor's wife, and Toto, the Zora that was in there, about holding the festival. And he's got his own little subplot going on. And Toto has a subplot going on, and we're dealing with Madame Aroma's subplot about finding her missing son. And, like, there's a lot going on with a lot of the characters. And talking to them at different points, different times of the day, different points in the 3-day cycle. That really works with it. 12:15. At this point, yes, Anju has just tried to give her grandmother food that she's cooked, and her grandmother feigns senility to not eat it, because, a little bit of background lore, Anju is a terrible cook. Which is why she's so disheartened right now. Alright. So if we speak to Anju wearing the cafe mask now, she has a standard reaction of, oh, you're looking for him too. If we wait until the postman delivers a letter on day 1, And we can listen in on this conversation. And so that letter is actually the letter we saw the purple-haired guy in the fox mask drop off at the start of the game. Addressed to Anju, and now that she's gotten that information from him... Two things happen. One, she becomes a little absent-minded because she's distracted. And you can tell that you do have a reservation because there's a reservation under your name. This is a brief time period where this is available. And then put the mask on and talk to her, and now she has a different reaction to the mask. Because she's received mail from him. And so it's the things like this, the little details, the way the world evolves over the course of the 3-day period for multiple characters that makes Majora's Mask probably like the most interesting world to explore that Nintendo has ever really built. Especially for the time, because like this is a Nintendo 64 game. And there are so many different characterizations going on that change as things develop across the 3 days. And like you can see them as they evolve naturally, and then you can see them as they evolve with your intervention. Not often that she actually wanders down the stairs, she's usually walking up and down the stairs and across the landing. So yeah, you need to talk to Anju before this Goron turns up, because this is the Goron with a Jotaro hat, which I don't think I've ever noticed. So this Goron has a speech impediment where he says Goro at the end of certain words. If you don't pick up the key, he doesn't introduce himself as your name, Goro, he introduces himself as your name. And it's another conversation you can listen in on that's different without your intervention. There's the idea of events progressing and proceeding in specific ways and fashions. And the idea that, like, a single thing could change the way things progress. For want of a nail is how I usually hear it called, though I think it's also referred to sometimes as the butterfly effect. But essentially, in Majora's Mask, you are the nail. Well, she's a dancer in her dancing outfit. Wild. I don't think I ever noticed that green highlight to the end of her hair. And again, I never noticed that the Chrono Goron has a Jotaro hat. Wild. How you doing, Teak? Excellent. Why were you going to buy a Switch 2, Teak? Was it just a momentary impulse that you're trying to push away until it goes away? Gonna get one eventually, question is when. Well, it is a fair point at this point with how console prices just keep rising instead of falling. So I get that. At this point, like, you have to wonder, are they really just pushing prices up more and more because they think they can get away with it? Like, yeah, a lot of it has to do with the AI bullshit. But is there a point where it stops being that is the cause, and the cause after that is just greed? Like, people are still buying them. Oh, can we push the price up more? I've set myself. Well, yeah, like I say, that's the primary reason, but is there also greed as a partial reason on top of that? Is the question I wonder. I think it's possible. Endlessly frustrating, though. If I hadn't spent so much money this month already, and like didn't have plans, like I basically decided yesterday that I'm going to a convention in August on quite short notice, so I need to save up more for that. And I spent like a bunch of money that I didn't originally intend to. Like, I would probably be like, you know, Teek's right. Let me get a Switch 2 myself. So here's something I like that's a small touch. Regular face, but then she talks to you and she has a friendly smile. Like, for the N64, having a change like that in any regard to the facial expression, really cool. Yeah, I get that. I think there's also the thing, like, as far as the Switch 2 goes, like, is it really going to be a problem if I just never buy a Switch 2? Because there's definitely a thing of being younger, like, you want to play all the games, and Nintendo games aren't going to come out on other platforms. So there are Switch 2 games that you'll have to buy a Switch 2 for, it'll be inevitable. Will you ever realistically get around to them? Will you end up having to force yourself into them? Or could you really just go your whole life without doing it? I'm disappointed in how many people are just like, oh yeah, I'll run out of time. Now I better buy a Switch 2. Did I make that? Oh, I can just climb that? No. Never realised how soulless this appears. Can I make it? Should be able to make that. Yes, excellent. Yeah, I don't think I would play an Ocarina of Time remake. Like, not for the prices that is going to end up being. Given how burnt out I am just on remakes generally. Excellent. So now the dual, like, there's two values to do in this now. I get the blast mask, which is basically unlimited bombs. And now the bomb shop stocks big bomb bags. Well, I think TV in your room as a kid means something because your room was your room. It was your space. But having your own apartment is different. It's your space, again. So having a TV in your room, in your apartment, means less, I think. I did deposit that money. You know what? Rather than visiting the bank... Oh, I need to drop off the thing again. Yeah, so having the TV in your room, when the entire apartment is your space, I think means less. Because your room can now just be where you sleep. As opposed to where you are you. Where is your space. So I didn't find this out until years later. But you can just use your shield and explode. Because I thought, as a kid, that was the only way to use the blast mask. So it was always going to hurt you. And it's certainly the intention. But essentially knowing that you can just raise your shield and use the blast mask negates any need for bombs, ever. It is a terrible thing to put on your face. But at least I didn't put it inside me. Yeah, now we can do the bombs. Yeah. So now, because we saved the old lady, the bomb bag is replaced by the big bomb bag. So we can skip just buying the regular bomb bag. If Sakon gets away with it, there's another cow. If Sakon gets away with the bag, he sells them to the curiosity shop, and you can buy the big bomb bag from the curiosity shop for an increased price. I forgot there was something else I could do. I might still have time. Yeah, he's still there. What's that noise? This is Camaro. And now, by playing this song, we can get rid of this strange pale man dancing in his underwear. I don't think this is a character model from Ocarina of Time either. I don't think it is. Like, most of the character models are from Ocarina, and some of them are, like, quite obscure. I don't think that guy is. Yeah, give me a second, I'll show you the legendary dance. The Rosa sisters, I honestly don't know. I think the answer is no. I don't think they are in Ocarina of Time, but I feel like I'm wrong. The Bomber Kids are the Graveyard Kid. But yeah, the Bomber Kids are the Graveyard Kid. That's great, Clem. I'm a child. Yeah, the Bomber Kids are the Graveyard Kid. Though the face has been edited to look a little more rebellious, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, I feel like they are from Ocarina, and I can't think where. The guards, of course, are the guards. The banker is the beggar. The bomb shop guy, I think, is somebody. can't think who. I think that's somebody as well, and again, I can't think who. The regular salesman. Bomb tube shop. Bomb tube shop? Where the fuck is the bomb tube shop? And the regular salesman, who is also the curiosity salesman, is the fishing hole guy. The carpenters are the carpenters. Now, I know it exists, I just can't remember where it is. Is it in the back alleys of Hyrule Castletown? Which I never go to. I cannot think where this guy's from. Like, doing the stream and going into the alleyways to do the dog heart piece, to get the heart piece for returning the dog, and then to see the soldier that dies, is the most I've been into the back alleys in years. No, the roof guy is who is the part-timer in the shop. That's who that guy is. This guy I'm not sure about. No, the roof guy is the guy who's in the item shop, who does part-time. Maybe Watchtower guy? This guy, of course, is the shooting gallery guy. Those two are the guys who are dancing. They're doing something. They appear in Hyrule Castletown and then appear in Kakariko Village later. The shop owners here are the dancers. The lovers. Anju is the cuckoo lady. Anju's grandmother is the other potion shop owner. I think Anju's mother, though, the other woman, the fat woman, who is behind the counter on day 2, is an original model, though. The woman who runs the treasure game shop is the bomb tube bowling clerk. I think at this time of day we can't go into the milk bar. No. But the bartender in the milk bar is Talon. The observatory guy is the old man who stares at you as you approach him in Castletown and Kakariko, and then starts walking when you get close. I think the mayor is original in this, and his wife. And Toto... the manager of the Indiegogos, I think, is original. The clerk in there, though, who has the green hair... I think she might be original. Single's original, of course. So I think on day 2, doing it like this, we don't have anything to do until like 1 o'clock. Or 3 o'clock? What's the postman's schedule? He delivers the mail about 3 o'clock? Fun fact, if you stop Sakon from stealing the bomb bag, the big bomb bag, he will never show up on the 3rd day to open his hideout. So, on any cycle where you stop Sakon from stealing the bomb bag from the old woman, you cannot finish the cafe side quest. So doing it in this cycle doesn't matter because we can't get to Sakon's hideout anyway. Okay, the postman is currently in here having a nap. If we check this, it's his schedule. So in the afternoon, he delivers the letter. And then in the evening, we can go and challenge him to the practice. Which, if you remember last time we did this, I got on the first try, which was really cool. Man, if I had done a Let's Play on this like I did with Ocarina of Time, I probably would have done an all heart piece run. The editing on that would have been extensive. Because like I say, a significant portion of Majora's Mask is waiting. Oh, actually, you know what? I do want you. Because that'll get me the Great Fairy Mask. A picture of you as the moon is just terrifying, Clem. Always there above us. Here it comes. Yeah, so he hits the area at about 3 PM. Rings the bell. And that opens this up. Cafe comes out. Leaves the door unlocked like a fool. And I can sneak into his house. My house now, bitch. I'm on your bed. It's raining outside and I've come straight into your house and now I'm walking on your bed with my wet shoes. Imagine if somebody just came in, like, broke into your house, like, while you go out to check the mail or whatever, and, like, it's been raining and they just immediately start walking on your bed. Hello. I think Cafe is a modified Link model. Like, I think he's built on the skeleton of Link. The Pendant of Memories. So it's a little difficult to make out, but yeah, I think this hole, this spy hole, there's another cow, is positioned where the iron knuckle armor is in the curiosity shop. Alright, let's go. Drop the pendant off with Anju, and then I'll go and see the Great Fairy, get the Great Fairy mask, which I had forgotten. And only remembered when I was thinking about getting the fairies in the dungeons. I think one thing I do really like about Majora's Mask, and like, I know I've spoken about it as an issue in Twilight Princess, like the downtime between dungeons. Because in this game there's only 4 dungeons. And, like, there's a significant amount of downtime between each of them, where you're doing, like, other stuff. But most of it isn't necessary. Like, we're doing all this stuff before we even think about going towards the first dungeon. And none of it's necessary. Whereas in Twilight Princess, like, all of it is. And, like, maybe that's the difference. Allow me to ease your weariness. It's like, yeah, cool. Give me like $20 as well. Like, how much do you enjoy being a complete person? So, coming back here as a human isn't something you need to guess at to get the Great Fairy Mask. If you pay attention, which I wasn't, which is why I'd forgotten, when you restore the Great Fairy as a Daikon, she does say, like, return when you have regained your original form, and she'll have something for you. And, like, I'm mostly not reading a lot of this opening stuff because I've done it so many times. But, like, the hint, the clue is there. Meow. Is there anything else I can do? Oh, the practice, of course. Okay. So you get one attempt at this for free, and then you have to pay for every attempt after that. And the last time we did this, I did this first time. So watch me not get it first time this time. In my mind, I am running for exactly 10 seconds without looking at a clock. He says while he has one of those huge clocks next to him that he's very audible when it moves. Alright. Damn it. Yep, let's go. Like, I made it look so easy last time, and it is actually trickier than you think. If you do this wearing the bunny hood, the timer doesn't disappear. Like, having the trouble with it here makes it much more apparent what a triumph it was that I did it first time last time. Alright. Like, conceptually, it's not that difficult without the bunny hood. It gives you up to 3 seconds. And, like, the way I do it is I just visualize in my head. It goes... And then just keep going in my head. Until we hit 10. And the fact that each second is... It's multiple audio cues, specifically spaced for each second. Like, it's... And then it's a second. It's like... And the... is a second. And then it's 3. So I visualize that in my head. Listen, I'm explaining how I do it. Don't ruin this moment for me. I say that, but I was like, yeah, it's easier than it sounds, conceptually. The trouble is just the exact timing, but, like, without the audio cue... I remember Star was here last time we did it. And Star was really surprised that I was able to get it without the bunny hood. And it's like, the game's pretty... The game's pretty generous, I think. Like, it gives you up to 3 seconds, and each second is marked off by the 3 ticks. So it's 3 ticks second, 3 ticks second. So the game's pretty generous setting that up. It gives you everything you need to mentally picture it. Alright. We have an ad coming up, so we're going to run this ad, and then we'll finish off the first real cycle. And then after that, I guess we'll head to the swamp. True. And we're back.
Failure.
Anyway.
Success.
Yeah. You know, it's fun. I think Ocarina of Time is the bigger game, but like speaking of Smash, I don't think Ocarina of Time ever had a specific stage in Smash. Majora's Mask did. No, because it's night, you won't actually get up. Yeah, like, if you think about the Zelda stages in... Like, I guess the first one you would think of would be, like, original Smash. Hyrule Castle. Not a specific Zelda location. I don't know, like, maybe, I don't have any balls. What do I get my first ball? And that's enough. Yeah, I don't... Peach's Castle stage. You can see Peach's Castle in the background of it. Because the idea is you're in the sky, but I think you're supposed to just be on the roof of Hyrule Castle. ₹20, really. And then Temple in Smash Melee, I think, is attributed to a specific one. And there's also the thing of Temple's primary music track in Melee is a Zelda 2 track specifically. The do 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 ba da ba ba da 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 da. Is like it's specifically a Zelda 2 track. And then there's Great Bay, which is a specific location from this game. And I don't think, like, Ocarina of Time ever actually did get a Smash stage. Because Brawl comes along with Elden Bridge. The Bridge of Elden, which is Twilight Princess. I think Wind Waker got its Smash stage in Smash 4. Which I quite like the Wind Waker stage, actually. It's disappointing that it didn't come back in Ultimate. Well, you know, there's something I can do while I'm waiting for this. This bird. Awful fucking bird. Sakura. It's difficult to deal with because it takes a lot of hits, and if it ever hits you, it will steal something. And, like, it's not consumables like a like will steal. This motherfucker can run off with your sword. Did it steal my sword the last time I streamed this? I feel like it did, and then, like, the sword, it flies away towards Clocktown, and whatever it steals turns up in the Curiosity Shop. Like, here's the fun thing about it. If you kill this bird, it drops 200 rupees. It just takes a while. It definitely gets a lot simpler when you get the bow. And it's not as though you really ever need to grind money with this thing. Like, you're never really in a position where you need the money enough that you'll just grind this thing. My concern now is that that's reset its health. Come on. Yeah. Do want to stop time because there is actually a few things I want to do today before the time relevant stuff comes up. One of which is kill this fucking bird. Yeah, I feel like it's not good enough. There we go. And a big gold rupee. We'll deposit that before we head back to regular time. I always want to do this on the first cycle as well, though. Wow. Wow. You can only gain access to this area on the 3rd day before you get the powder keg. And in that regard, there's only 2 things you can do here. You can't do anything else until you get the powder keg and can get in here on the 1st day. So opponent's there, locked off, can't do anything with it. Here is Romani, who is currently brain dead. She is, of course, evil, as you can tell by her Bowser locket. Brooch? Bowser brooch. But the 2 things you can do are over here. If you go into that door, that's a dog racing track where you can race dogs. You can bet on dogs that are racing. And if you go in here, you can get the most important item in the game. This is the punk fellow from Ocarina of Time, who for some reason has a mohawk now. And so, if you were listening to the musical man when he gave you this mask, you'll know that you need to use the Bremen mask here. He said something about animals becoming fully grown in an instant when the troop leader marched with the mask. There's still one more somewhere. Where is it? There you are. And that gets us the bunny hood. Which, in this game, makes us run at double speed. And is basically the mask that you'll probably never take off. Like, it was great to have in Ocarina of Time. And it's just as valuable here. I think probably more valuable because this is such a time-focused game. Plus, because, like, a lot of the areas are... There's a lot of areas that are kind of not horse appropriate. The overworld where you can ride Epona isn't as big as it was in Ocarina. So the ability to ride Epona isn't as important for travel in this game. I think, like, if you didn't need Epona to jump over fences, he wouldn't have any real use in this game. Because, like, the bunny hood is pretty quick, and then you get the Goron. Like, you get the Goron mask before you get access to Epona. Anyway, it's required to get to Epona. And the Goron can roll, if not as fast, then close to as fast as Epona. Well, yeah, but the use that she had was speed. Like, that was her value in Ocarina of Time. Speed, like, traveling faster. And given that the main area of the world, Termina Field, isn't as large as Hyrule Field was, like, that speed isn't as essential or, like, as valuable as it was. And we have other methods of being fast. Fuck. That guy won't appear because he doesn't have anything to sell. Fucked up, I got confused. It's not that he doesn't appear at the hideout. If you prevent him from stealing the bomb bag, it's that he never appears in the curiosity shop to sell the bomb bag. And so Cafe never finds him. Yeah, but for the sake of expedience, like getting across Hyrule Field quickly, like that's what she was for. And it comes into play when you do, say, the bigger and side quest, the trading quest, when you need to get across in the time span, and using the warp songs will negate the timer. Yep. Screwed this one up. Alright. Fortunately, with the adjusted Song of Double Time, we can make this a lot faster. Plus, then you also argue how essential Epona is for the big Poe side quest to get the final bottle. That's not a speed thing, but she is required for that. Is there anything else? I don't think so. So if I do decide we're going for an all heart piece run, which still on the fence about, getting money will be very important. I think if you deposit 5,000 rupees, you get a piece of heart. I wasn't sure how the thing of having the bomber's secret notebook would end up working. Where it said, like, it would remember the code for you when you get the bomber's notebook. Wasn't sure how that would work, but seeing that it just enters the code automatically, really nice. Really appreciate that. I think it does tell you what it is in the bomber's notebook as well. Yeah, there it is. It's like, it doesn't matter. Just cuts out a middleman. Yeah, I do like another background detail we can talk about real quick. Like, along with Anju being a terrible cook, the way the stock pot in is very clearly in disrepair. Like, I don't know if this little stream specifically with a fish in it is supposed to be entirely a bad thing. The fish probably, the grass probably, the stream itself probably not. But, like, the fact that the kitchen has bugs in it, and then, like, you go up to the room that you can get access to, and Tattle will actually comment on it. So I think it's a fun little detail to be aware of. Do appreciate the way this Song of Double Time can work in this, the Battle Song of Double Time. Really nice. So she gets into the kitchen, I think, at exactly 11:45. No? Hmm. Midnight. Yeah, there it is. I really don't appreciate that she turns up 30 minutes late to the meeting that she suggested in the house she lives in. Like, it's not even like you're meeting somewhere clandestine and she got delayed. It's literally where she lives. Alright. So, I'm gonna get a bottle out of this, because I'm gonna give the letter to the mayor's wife. I get a bottle from the witches. Mayor's wife, the witches. The Dampe quest. The beavers. I can't think where 5 and 6 are. Because this game has 6 bottles. I'll remember as we go. Like, it'll come to me. Yeah, I can't think. It'll come to me as we go through. There we go. Yay! What do you think of this detail? The option to have the key to mash just on the side of your head, like it is in Hyrule Warriors. I do like the way it looks in Hyrule Warriors. I'm not sure about it here. So we get the choice with the priority mail. Don't bother, you won't necessarily seek it out. Makes sense. Like I said, I like the way it looks in Hyrule Warriors, but Hyrule Warriors also has, like, higher graphical fidelity. And I do like what Hyrule Warriors does with the designs of the specific links. Because I think there are only 2 links in Hyrule Warriors. There's the Link of Hyrule Warriors, and there's Young Link. With the priority mail, we can either give it to the postman to deliver, and then we'll get the postman's hat in return. Or we can give it directly to Cafe's mother, and we get a bottle in return. And the postman's hat just gets us a piece of heart. Darmani is a Goron. How many does she use? 1. Anju is bad at cooking. Red. How many mailboxes? There's one in South Clock Town, there's one in North Clock Town, there's one in West Clock Town? Two in West Clock Town? 5? Yes. So the questions the Keaton will ask you are random. There's a specific set of them. You have to get 5 of them. You have to get them right 5 in a row. If you get them wrong, the Keaton disappears, and you have to wait till the next cycle. There are 2 locations that I'm aware of that they can appear. There and on Milk Road. The reason I was pointing out the cows we were seeing, one of the... Is she here yet? No. Nobody's here. Odd. Not even the bartender's here. Yeah, the reason I was pointing out the cows is because there are several cows in various locations in Clocktown. And one of the questions the Keaton can ask you is, how many cows are there? And the trouble I have when doing the Keaton side quest, doing the Keaton quiz, is I can't remember the answers to all of the questions. Did I really just fuck up the timing of that? Can I go in there after 10 PM without Romani's mask on the final day? I don't think I can. Fuck. Well, I guess we're giving the letter to the postman. I'm not doing this twice and having it be a waste both times. Considering I'm going to have to do it a third time. Alright, so he's going to deliver the letter now. He can get into the milk bar without proof of membership. Okay, now we'll wait over at the side here and we can talk to him. I wonder if the bunny on the front of the postman's hat is a reference. Because in Ocarina of Time, the postman model is the running man in Ocarina of Time. And the running man is the person you sell the bunny hood to. So I wonder if that's a direct reference. Here we go. Alright. Well, before we go and start trying to take on the swamp, we'll run the ad. I think by the end of session today, I want to at least be in Woodfall Temple, even if I'm not in, like, even if I've not finished it. Yeah.
Objection!
We'll be right back. And we're back. That's right. Alright, let's go do swamp stuff. Dick. Oh, you know what? I think it's important every cycle to get the free money. This might grow on me. Depends how much we end up seeing it. Like I say, I do like the way it looks in Hyrule Warriors, and I think Hyrule Warriors did, like, really good with the idea of giving Link some kind of immediate visual distinction through accessories. And so, like, I think all they really have is the scarf for Hyrule Warriors Link and the mask for Young Link, and those are the only two Links I think are present in the game. but I think it's a good idea. Because otherwise you're primarily distinguishing links through, like, minute details on the tunic and such. It's like, the most... Visually, I think the easiest way to distinguish Ocarina of Time Link and Twilight Princess Link is the shade of green of the tunic, which isn't an overly easy way to distinguish them. There's other stuff, like the strap Link, Ocarina of Time Link has across his chest is red, and Twilight Princess Link has chainmail, which I think is a nice visual touch. But I think, like, when you look at the different tunics... Well, now I've got to deposit that, don't I? When you look at the different tunics in Breath of the Wild, if you use the amiibos to get the different Link tunics, like, it highlights how similar a bunch of them are. With just, like, very minor differences. And it's easier to distinguish them when they're all lined up that way. But, like, a couple more differences I don't think would be a bad thing. And accessorizing, I think, is a good way of doing that. And I think Link with the scarf is a cool look. I like the design of Hyrule Warriors Link. Maybe I'll do the Zelda games in, like, whatever order I want after this. Which would mean I could do Skyward Sword after this, and then having done Ocarina of Time, and Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword, we could do... and Wind Waker, we could do Hyrule Warriors. Almost forgot Wind Waker, because Hyrule Warriors Legend added some post-game Wind Waker stages. Everything was cool and fine. And then one day, Skull Kid knocked out a man and stole his shit. Can you imagine how bad this would be if he'd stolen the Mario mask instead? That piece is huge. No, he moves pretty well for a supposedly dead guy. Bonk. Man, I love climbing fast. Yeah, I imagine if... instead of getting Majora's Mask, like, he just stole the Mario mask and he gave him all of the powers of Mario. He'd be unstoppable. And the first deity mask would be a Bowser mask. Or the first deity mask could be the mask of the one person who can stop Mario. Luigi. No, Mario's just naturally strong. He can use a hammer. He can jump really high. So I believe I remember the pathway on the first day. Because there's a path in these woods. I think they call them Mysterious Woods. Mystery Woods? Woods of Mystery. There you go. And the pathway changes each day, and the monkey leads you through them. But I remember the path for the first day. Oh, isn't it weird that as you got up, a monkey came past and rubbed its dick on your nose? Anything that gives you energy. That monkey is really distracting. How many customers do you think you get for a potion shop out in the swamp? Yeah, there's an old woman in the woods who says she needs an energy drink. So, you got any white monster? What's a red monster flavor? I don't drink energy drinks, so I don't know. I feel like I had somebody ask me about that recently, like, do I drink energy drinks? I was like, no. I should insist on, like, spite and anger. Keep going because I fucking have to. Well, you know, I'll be honest with you, that's not the kind of thing I was expecting you to gulp down while you're on your knees in front of me like that. And I'll be honest with you, once I gave you that potion, that's not the stick I was expecting you to ride. Oh no, I'm being assaulted by monkeys. Wish to put some pants on. Oh. Alright, I think I have enough money to go and buy the map from Tingle. Let's go do that. I could consider playing the Tingle games for The Legend of Sundays. The first one was released in Europe, even if it wasn't released in the US, because apparently Americans hate Tingle particularly more than Europeans do. But, like, having played it, it's not really that good. And I forget how much touchscreen requirement there is. The second game was Japan only. I've heard it's better, but I've not played it, and it did get a fan translation. Sweet, now I can take dick pictographs. Dictographs. The speed up button. Now arriving at Deku Palace. The swamp water is poisonous, please watch your step. Are you disembarking? Yes. We would like to remind you that the Deku do not take kindly to anybody who is not a Deku. Alright. So you can get a piece of heart from the pictograph contest. One of two ways. You can either take a picture of the Deku King, or you can take a picture of the contest run, the guy, like the son of the guy who's running the contest. You just have to figure out who his son is. Dude, would you fuck off? I forget which of these leads in the direction I'm after. Fun fact, if you come into this area at night, you can see the line of sight of the Deku Guard. Since night is approaching right now, we should be able to see it when the transition happens. Get which direction it is that I do need to go. Because one of these leads you to a piece of heart, the other leads you to the bean cellar. There's the bean cellar hole. There you go. So it's a neat idea. Free sample. And I need some water. Spring water. Oh no, I got caught. No. Anyway. Want to get that piece of heart? And that's another heart container. Let's go! Beans. And water. Fly. I had some Deku nuts. I have one Deku nut. I could drop them on one of these scrubs. But that is risky. They could shoot me out of the sky. I think in Majora's Mask 3D they added like a rail block here so you can't fall off. I forgot it goes up. Let's restart that. Well, I made it without any trouble. That's good. See, now this admittedly is probably kind of guide dang it. Like, what are you supposed to do here? And you're supposed to just figure out that you need to pull out specifically the Deku pipes. Yeah, it won't be the first time I've saved a kidnapped princess. Hopefully this one won't ruin my life. We can't let them hear us, so I'll sing this softly. Alright, let me just repeat that. You know, my really loud fucking instrument. Yeah, with the 6 horns. I think it's 5 horns. Because it's 5 notes. Yeah, it's 5 horns. Because there is actually a little disappointing. once the song, like, it does the replay of the song after you've performed it, all of the horns blare, but as you play the song, when you input the buttons, only one, like, specific horns blare corresponding to each button, which was always a touch I really appreciated. Yeah, so, like, we'll look at this. So it's a neat touch, and I do like it. The Mario theme? Alright, these things are annoying, but if you get them in just the right location... There we go. Anything that can knock you out of the air while you're flying as a Deku annoys me. Anything. Wa-na-na-na-na, wa-na-na-na-na, wa-na. Yes. But I think, the second most important upgrade we get is this. Can you imagine you just flying through the swamp in the body of a different species, and some owl looks at you and says, "Hey, you're a gay kid, right?" So, Kaporage Bora is really kind of a mystery, I think, in this game. Like, I think it's explicitly not Kaporage Bora, but is some kind of mystical entity or something with power. But I think it only appears twice as well. The fast travel song. Very important. Do you subscribe to the Link is Dead theory? Imagine Like, you're minding your own business, you hear something outside your home, you poke your head out, and some little shitbird just spits in your face immediately. Like, absolute shitbird. Hey, what's the plot hole in Twilight Princess? Yes. I got a stick. I don't exactly get what you're talking about there, Teak. The way I always interpreted that was... You know what? It's probably a mistake on my part, actually, thinking about it a lot more. I always interpreted it as... Ganon is captured after the Sacred Realm opens. And that the Triforce is just in play at that point. But that creates questions itself. And I suppose, like, the question to answer at all is, like, why is the Triforce in play? Because until Ganondorf touches it in Ocarina of Time and it splits into three, it's not supposed to be in play. But then if Ganondorf had the Triforce of Power, how did they capture him? I don't know, there are just questions, I guess. Yeah, I think it's explicitly stated. This man looks like he needs sleep. Like, I think it is explicitly stated that Zelda rallies the castle against him or whatever. I think the real question is, like, when is Link sent back to? Because, like, based on when Link goes back, when you play as him, you would expect that it's post-Ganondorf attack. But Ganondorf was supposedly, like, right behind Link when he pulls the Master Sword out. I don't know. Time travel nonsense. Da 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 da. It's an interesting idea, and I can definitely see where you're going with it. I think the trouble that remains out of it is, why would anybody be in the forest? Like, you'd require a scout that doesn't know. You know, the question I end up with is, how common knowledge is it that one, like, going into the forest without a fairy turns you into a Stalfos? But then you've also got the issue of Twilight Princess, I think, explicitly, implies in some regard that the Hero of Time had more adventures because the Hero Shade is there. No, I think it is specifically a thing. And you could say that Link was protected by the Great Deku Tree's magic. And then got a fairy of his own. Or just never wandered the Lost Woods. Oh, so you're saying, like, the resurrection was actually successful. Hmm. Which we know the Triforce can do, because it happens at the end of A Link to the Past. Hey, you know what? Not an awful theory. There's definitely merit to it. Better story than just cause. Do you mean better story than just because, or a better story than just cause the video game? Like, I'll agree either way, but, like... I quit out of this while I return here. Hmm. Yeah, so the temple's up. That's going to be it for today. less progress than I guess I expected to make on the first session, but I feel like we took things a little slower than normal, and then I fucked up the cafe side quest twice. I'm a bottle down. Ugh. That's going to be a real problem when it comes to the Pirate Fortress. Because you want 4 bottles in there. And I'm only remembering where 4 of them are right now. But one of those that I'm remembering isn't a bottle that you have access to before doing the Pirate Fortress. Because if you don't go in there with 4 bottles, you're doing 2 trips. Whole thing is really annoying. I do like this alternate teaser bit for Majora's Mask, though. Like, showing the world outside Clock Town, and Link just hanging around. Because this is a good-looking N64 game. Seeing more of the environments is really nice. That's going to do it for us for today, then. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. It was really appreciated the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Teak, Clem, Chance, thank you so much for joining me. Keep me company. I'm hoping and generally intending to do more Summertime Sandbox this week. Now that the temperature's finally cooled down some. Like, it was bad. It was bad this week. Like, record-breaking heat. The hottest days of June. On record. Like, ugh. Awful. Yeah, so hopefully I'm intending to do more Summertime Sandbox this week, continuing GTA 3. I don't have a specific plan for what I would do after that. Maybe I'll take a request from somebody. Like, let somebody request something. Let's see. Dark Souls 3 will be back tomorrow, though. We'll be continuing Dark Souls 3 for the 7 years of mecha-chrono. And once that's done, we'll be doing Paper Mario to continue the Year of RPGs. And after that, I am thinking a Shin Megami Tensei game. We're leaning quite heavily towards Strange Journey, finally doing the Strange Journey playthrough. But we'll see. I know I also teased the possibility on the Discord of a Persona 1 playthrough. We'll see. We will see. More SMT on the channel will be nice, though. Chance has spoken to me about the hopes of being available for continued collaboration streams soon. And if that does happen, we will be going back to finish Persona 3. A playthrough we started years ago at this point. But I still have the save file, we're going back to finish it. And after that, I may have Chance with me for the to round out the New Game Plus run of Digital Devil Saga. We'll see, because that is also on hold. It's not cancelled, it's just on hold. But I'm working up the motivation to do it. Really made me realise that I don't overly enjoy doing New Game Plus on stuff. Yeah, if and when Chance does become available again, though, like, Shin Megami Tensei will become a major focus of the stream again, which will be nice. I've missed doing Shin Megami Tensei stuff. And you could look forward to, like, a great variety of it. Mainline SMT, SMT spin-offs, Persona. Some Persona spin-offs, not all of them. As nice as the idea of doing, like, Persona Q would be. The map drawing doesn't really translate well to emulation. Yeah, hopeful for the future. And who knows, maybe we'll get that playthrough of Shin Megami Tensei 4, which Chance hasn't played before, and the consideration was to stream it with Chance playing along on his own file. And, fun fact, if none of you guys have been in Chance's streams that he'd been doing irregularly over the last year, Chance has his own camera now. So we'll have Chance face cam on the stream. That will also be fun. Because otherwise it was just going to be like a frame with like a gif of a crab on it. Chance likes crabs, I don't know why, but we all have our own interests that other people can consider odd. Anyway, that is pretty much it. Let's have one more sound alert. Still can't think of where that guy's from. But yeah, that is pretty much it. Majora's Mask will continue next week for the Legend of Sundays. Like I say, following this, I might jump ahead and do Skyward Sword. And there's no reason necessarily other than my own obsession for me to do these games in order. And I skipped Zelda 1 and 2, I've not done Link's Awakening yet. And I think if we were going release-wise anyway, after this is Oracle of Ages and Seasons, which I would like to do. But Skyward Sword, I think, is the big one, and then we do Skyward Sword, and we've done all the Zeldas that are relevant to Hyrule Warriors. And we can do Hyrule Warriors as a nice change of pace. I have all the Zelda games on Switch. It was never even really an intention. I did pick up Echoes of Wisdom. Anyway, that is pretty much it. So yeah, we'll see. Majora's Mask is probably going to be at least a reasonable pace. 3 more sessions, I would say. So we got time. We got time in the summertime. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Goodbye.